वंदेहं श्रीगुरु श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरु वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादान् सहगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, अपदे नंद Sit properly. Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Sit properly. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Krishna 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 Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Sit properly. Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Om Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, H Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram,
맛있겠어. 맛있겠어. Aku atas Persi. Aku atas. Kan? Ho. Persi didn't start yet, Arti. No, it's... Kiba jayo, jayo, Gora Chande, Arati ka shobha. Janavita javane Jagamana loba Kiba dakhineni Taichan Bame gada dada Nikate Advaita Shini Vasa Chatradara Kiba basi ache Gora Chand Ratna Simhasane Arati kore na Brahma Adi Devagane Kiba nara hari Adi kori Chamara dulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Goshadigaya Kiba Shankha Baje Ganta Baje Baje Karatala Madhura mein danga baje Paramarasala Shanka baje Ganta baje Madhur Madhur Madhura baje madhura madhura baje madhura 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 baje Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Gora Hari Bol Bahu koti Chandra jini Vadana ujwala Gala jaise bana mala Kore jala mala Shiva Sukha Narada Preme Gada Gada Bhakati Vinoda Deke Gorara Sampada Gaurange Arati Shobha Jaga Janamana Loba Gaurange Arati Shobha Jaga Janamana Loba Gaurange Arati Shobha Jaga Janamana Loba Jaga Janamana Loba Nitai Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gora Hari Bol Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kalachandi Radha Kalachandi Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
I don't know the prayer that we do. Do you know? Look it up on your phone. Yeah. You know? You don't have to sing it. Yeah, say it. I'll help you.
Jaya Vishnupat Paramamsa Pariraj Ashtotata Satashi Shimar. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Jaya Vishnupat Paramamsa Pariraj Ashtotata Satashi Shimar. His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Goswami Maharaj ki. Antakoti Vaishnavrinda ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्री सदि गौरभक्तवृंद की. श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंद राधा कुंद गिरि गोवर्धन की जय. वृंदावन धाम की जय. मथुरा धाम की जय. मायापुर धाम की जय. नवद्वीप धाम की जय. पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जय. गंगा माई की जय. यमुना माई की जय. भक्ति देवी की जय. तुलसी देवी की जय. समवेद भक्त वृंद की जय. हरि नाम संकीर्तन की जय. Nande Hari Hari Bol. Glories to the assembled devotees. Hey, all glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Garanga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
from you. I have to learn from you now. Hare Krishna. Babu. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Praladadaine Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Shilatanka nakalaye Ito Narsingha Parato Narsingho Ito Narsingha Parato Narsingho Yato Yato Yami Tato Narsingha Bahi Narsingho Hridaye Narsingho Narasingamadim Sharanam Prapadye Tavakara Kamalavare Nakam Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanuvringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Narahari Rupa Hare Haribo Shahare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev. Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev. Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Gurudev, Gurudev. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari Bolo, Hari Bolo, Hari Bolo, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Shri Shri Radha Kalachand Ji ki jai, Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Mai ki jai, Shri Shri Gaura Nitai ki jai, Nitai Gaura Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gaura Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Haribo. Okay, nice. Okay. Hare Krishna. So we'll start with Bhagavad Gita and we'll just sing Jai Radha Madhava. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Dhama Jaya Gopi Janavalabha Girivaradari Jaya Pijanavalabha Jaya Gopi Janavalabha Girivaradari Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janavalabha Girivaradari Navalabha Jaya Gopi Janavalabha Girivaradari Pijanavalabha Girivaradari Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari. Alright, So today we're reading from, or every evening we read from Bhagavad Gita around this time, like 7:15ish. Every day we read like one verse, and so it's just been like building upon each other. So today we're on chapter 7, text 25. Are you all familiar with Bhagavad Gita? Yes, okay. You've been to the temple before? Yes, okay. Oh, wonderful. What is your name? Gerardo? Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, Gerardo. My name is Govinda Das. So this chapter is entitled Knowledge of the Absolute. So when we're talking about like the Absolute, we're talking about God. And so this is basically God sharing knowledge of himself with us so that we can understand him more. So this is chapter 7, text 25. Naham prakasaha sarvasya yogamaya samavritaha mudhoyana bijanati lokamam ajam avyayam. If you just repeat the Sanskrit and we'll go word for word. So na, nor, aham, I, prakasaha, manifest, sarvasya, to everyone, yogamaya, by internal potency, samavritaha, covered, mudha, foolish, ayam, these, na, not, abhijanati, can understand, lokaha, persons, mam, me, ajam, unborn, avyayam, inexhaustible. Here's the translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them, I am covered by my internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible. If you all could just repeat, I'll go like 3 or 4 words, and then if you just repeat. I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them, I am covered by my internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible. Purport. It may be argued that since Krishna was visible to everyone when he was present on this earth, then how can it be said that he is not manifest to everyone? But actually, he was not manifest to everyone. When Krishna was present, there were only a few people who could understand him to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the assembly of Kurus, when Shishupala spoke against Krishna's being elected president of the assembly, Bhishma supported him and proclaimed him to be the Supreme God. Similarly, the Pandavas and a few others knew that he was the Supreme, but not everyone. He was not revealed to the non-devotees and the common man. Therefore, in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that but for his pure devotees, all men consider him to be like themselves. He was manifest only to his devotees as the reservoir of all pleasure, but to others, to unintelligent non-devotees, he was covered by his internal potency. In the prayers of Kunti, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 8, Text 19, it is said that the Lord is covered by the curtain of Yogamaya, and thus ordinary people cannot understand him. This Yogamaya curtain is also confirmed in Ishopanishad, Mantra 15, in which the devotee prays, Hiranmayena patrena satyasya pihitan mukham tatvan pushan apavrinu satya dharmaya drishtaye. O my Lord, you are the maintainer of the entire universe, and devotional service to you is the highest religious principle. Therefore, I pray that you will also maintain me. Your transcendental form is covered by the Yoga Maya. The Brahma Jyoti is the covering of the internal potency. May you kindly remove this glowing effulgence that impedes my seeing your Sat Chit Ananda Vigraha, your eternal form of bliss and knowledge. The Supreme Personality of Godhead in His transcendental form of bliss and knowledge is covered by the internal potency of the Brahma Jyoti, and the less intelligent impersonalists cannot see the Supreme on this account. Also in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 10, Chapter 14, Text 7, there is this prayer by Brahma: O Supreme Personality of Godhead, O Super Soul, O Master of all mystery, who can calculate your potency and pastimes in this world? You are always expanding your internal potency, and therefore no one can understand you. Learned scientists and learned scholars can examine the atomic constitution of the material world or even the planets, but still they are unable to calculate your energy and potency. Although you are present before them, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, is not only unborn, but also avyaya, inexhaustible. His eternal form is bliss and knowledge, and His energies are all inexhaustible. Naham prakasaha sarvasya yogamaya sambritaha mudho yan nabhi janati loko mam ajam avyayam. I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them, I am covered by my internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible. Om Gyanati Mirandasya Gyananjana Shlakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manovishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Svayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Sva Padantikam. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Gerardo, are you familiar with Bhagavad Gita? Have you heard anything about it? No? Okay. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. So just to give like a little bit of context then, so they're on a battlefield. This is taking place on a battlefield. There's two main actors within this whole book, which is Arjuna and Krishna. And so they've started off as like a friend relationship, but Arjuna's always known that Krishna is all-knowing and all-powerful, and so he comes to the point where he sees who he's going to fight because he's a soldier, and so he's seeing that, and Krishna is his chariot driver. He's the one who's driving him around the battlefield, and so when Krishna takes him up to see who he's going to be fighting, he sees that it's his own family. He's seeing that it's his teachers, his grandfather, people that are very dear to his heart, that he's in a matter of, in a very short time, he's going to have to kill, basically. And so, I don't know about you, but I know I would be like totally distressed and super, I don't even know what I would do if I was in those shoes. But basically what happens to him is that he just lets go of his weapon, he collapses on his chariot, and he tells Krishna, like, I'm completely lost and I don't know what to do right now at this point. So if you can please guide me and tell me like how to see the situation and how to act, And so the whole Bhagavad Gita is just Krishna explaining to Arjuna all different kind of concepts, and the main ones being that who he is, that he's not this body, he's a spirit, he's a living spirit soul, who God is, where he is, like basically the material world, this universe that we're in, he explains that to him. He also explains like the spiritual world. He explains time, he explains concepts like karma, how for every action that we have, there's also an equal reaction. And Krishna basically goes point by point and just explains all this. And so the part that we're on right now is where Krishna is explaining himself, that he is God. And so he's explaining that he's basically making that point. And so today's verse, which is where he's talking about how that God, Krishna, is never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. So that right there is already letting us know that to try and understand God, we have to have some kind of intelligence. It takes real thinking. Like, it's not something that we can just have faith, that I believe in God and I know God exists. That's a great place to start. But to like really understand him, we have to build up knowledge, and we have to be able to understand the information that we're being given and how this information is applicable to my own life. The information being from like scriptures. So this being like the Bhagavad Gita is considered like the ABCs of spirituality, and it gives us the ABCs of how to live our life and like how to connect with God in the most profound ways. So that point being that this isn't some kind of like mechanical process, that we can just kind of pray to God and just worship him, and it being kind of like mechanical, ritualistic, that isn't going to do it. For us to really get in there and really want to build like a relationship with God, we have to use our intelligence. We have to try to understand him. It's really similar to like if you would think of any kind of relationship that we have, maybe like a friendship. You want to be friends with someone, you have to be kind of intelligent about it. You have to try and use your mind to understand, like, what is this person like? When we're talking together, like, what are the things that they like talking about? What kind of gifts do they like? And so it's the same kind of thing with God, because what Bhagavad Gita tells us is that God isn't this light. In the purport, the word Brahma Jyoti was referenced, and Brahma Jyoti refers to God's effulgence, which is like his light. So this light that in a lot of like religions and different kind of spiritual practices, that's what we take God to be, that God is this light. And so like in movies where they're like, don't go into the light. Like if someone is dying or something, they're getting ready to like pass on, and someone is there, they're like, don't go into the light, don't go there. And so that's like the very beginning of our understanding with who God is, that there is this light there. But that's not it, there's more. So there is this big blinding light that's out there, that's above, that's transcendental to where we are right now, because where we are right now is considered like the material creation. And how we can understand where we are is by these bodies that we're in. So if we're spirit souls, like if our identity and who we are is like a spirit, we're the spirit that's eternal, and we're eternally connected with God, then it doesn't make much sense that this body that we're in is ultimately going to die. This lets us know, this gives us like a big clue, a big hint as to our location, as to where we are. Because when we're driving around, we want to know, like we use our GPS, we need to know like where we are now to know how to get to where we're going. And so by recognizing that these bodies that we're in are gradually going to get old, gradually going to die, it gives us a strong understanding that we are something that's different, that we're not these bodies, that we're something that's separate from this body. And so we need to understand, we need to figure out, like, well then how can I understand that? How can I understand that I am not this? And so, again, going back to intelligence and how Krishna being a person, God being this person who can have relationships with whoever he wants and who can do whatever he wants, he likes personal relationships. He likes relationships in love. And that's what this whole practice, Krishna consciousness, teaches us, that the ultimate stage to relate with God is in a spirit of love. And when you're in love with someone, it's like you will do anything for them, and you're not too worried about your own pride. You're not too worried about making a fool of yourself. It doesn't matter. You're in love, and so you put yourself out there, and you will make mistakes, and you will do things that maybe are kind of silly, but it's still like the intention is there, and the intention is still nice, especially if it's something with a higher purpose, which is trying to connect with God, with Krishna. But again, so Krishna has that power that if he doesn't want someone to know him, he can cover their vision. So it's said here in Bhagavad Gita that he was here, like in this world, in this planet that we're on, this planet Earth. He was here like 5,000 years ago. He walked among India. He was in India and different places in India. He was, especially well, in his childhood, he was in a place called Vrindavan. But basically, he was here. And so to understand that God himself, the person who created this planet, created this universe, created me, created you, created everything, he was actually here and like walking among us. Reading it in retrospect, we might think, well, like, wouldn't everyone see him? Like, why, if it's God, like, wouldn't you be able to recognize that God is here and God is like among us and talking to me? Like, why would I not be able to know that this is God? And this is him explaining it, that he has this power, that he can cover our vision, that if you really don't want to connect with God and you really want to try and do things on your own, God is all loving. He doesn't discriminate. It's not that he holds himself from others and gives himself to these. It's all dependent upon ourselves and our own kind of consciousness and what we want. And if we want to live a life separate from God, then we can get that. He will give that to us, because as he made us, he also gave us with what's called like minute free will. You know, we have the choice, because the thing is that for love to exist, there needs to be free will. Because if there's no free will, then it can't be like real love. Because real love is, you have a choice. You can either love that person or you can choose not to love that person. Because sometimes that argument is put up that like, that if God is all loving, why would he put me in this kind of situation? Like, why would he put me in a place where I'm going to die, my family's going to die, everything, this is like, why would he put me in a place of like so much suffering? And he gives us the answer that the answer is that it's not him doing it to us. It's of our own free will. It's our own free choice that we're wanting to try and live a life separate from him. And so he gives us that option. But the thing is that he also gives us the option of how to return to him, how to come back into like the most beautiful relationship that you can't find anywhere else. The only thing is that we start wherever we are, you know, in whatever kind of capacity that we can. If our capacity is like, you just want to pray to the Lord, you want to just kind of, maybe you're not in a place where you feel so called to like read the scriptures, or you feel so called to visit temples or anything like that. It doesn't matter. For him, he sees our intentions and he sees our heart. And so from whatever level that we're at, he will reciprocate with that. He'll meet us where we are. We just have to show a little bit of interest, and he'll do the rest. He'll call us to him. He'll bring us around the right people, who will then bring us around the other right people, bring us to the right places. Because this is ultimately the ultimate thirst and the ultimate hunger that we're all seeking. Like, we're all hungry for some kind of satisfaction. We're all looking for like the deepest kind of pleasure in life. And we can go around seeking it in this place and in that place. I mean, I have personal experience where, you know, prior to coming to Krishna consciousness, I tried all kinds of different things that, according to like, you know, the media, according to like cultural, I was born here in the United States. And so according to like American standards of what pleasure is and what happiness is, I tried all these things. But the thing was that I kept coming up to the point that it felt like I'm not fully satisfied. You know, I can do all these things that are supposedly going to make me happy, but I'm not feeling that joy. Like, I'm not feeling that happiness, until the point where I started realizing that there must be something else. You know, there must be something else out there that can really fill this kind of hole that I feel in my heart, that I feel in my life. And I didn't find anything else to fill it until I started. So I started being around people who are sincerely and genuinely trying to practice like a spiritual life, who are really trying to identify, they're trying to understand that I'm a spirit, and they're trying to live a life in that kind of way. When I started being around people like that more, devotees meaning that they want to serve the Lord. They don't want any kind of, they want to come to a platform where they can serve the Lord without any kind of intention, without looking for anything in return from him. They're just wanting to serve. So for me personally, and you can hear it from many other devotees, many other people, their experiences is very much the same. That when you come in contact with those who are sincerely trying to practice, it has a real deep and profound like effect on us, and it can really change us, because one of the main components has to deal with desire. And if our whole life we've been wanting pleasure in like material things, meaning temporary things, if our whole life we've been living in that kind of way where I think that my happiness lies in material things, it takes a lot of it takes a real big kind of change to move away from that. And it helps to be around those who are really trying to practice to change that, to change where they get their pleasure from something that's temporary to something that's permanent. And what we come to understand is that the only thing that's permanent is spirit. Anything that deals in relation with God, that's the only thing that carries us again and again. There's nothing else that will follow us when we leave these bodies. We can't take our bank accounts with us. We can't take our cars. We can't take our houses. It's only the consciousness, the decisions that we've chosen to make in our lives that will really follow us and continue on with us. And we'll gradually, I mean, it takes time. This is a process. But gradually we'll see that what we're wanting from life will change. And that desire to want to connect with God and be more related with Him will increase. And then eventually what we read is that He won't hide Himself from us anymore. That we'll actually be able to see Him. We'll actually be able to speak to Him. We'll actually be able to relate with Him. And in those moments, we'll find that whatever we were looking for in life, that this is it. You know, this is what I was really searching after. And it just keeps coming, and it just keeps getting sweeter and nicer. But the thing is, we just start from where we are, and from wherever we start, we just keep trying to do what we can, and we keep pushing as much as we can. And the main process with Krishna consciousness is the chanting of the mantra, which is Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Does anyone have any questions, any comments, anything they would like to add? Okay. Days? Oh, okay. 3,000? 30,000.
One of the beauty about our human bodies is that we are made of flesh, but we also have a spirit, a soul, which is our soul is part of God. So when we die, after we die, we go back to our own God. So we are like, we have food in one place, another food in another place, which is our body, which is material, and our soul. So we have both. We kind of move with both worlds. Human world.
Yes, that's really beautifully said.
Yeah. So when we try to connect with our Lord God, it's a little bit of time, it takes a lot of effort, and then I think through happiness everything will come by serving God, and then going close to Him is going to be easy because we're going to have to lose everything else. Materials, everything that we leave behind, only we can see Him.
Hmm.
He was saying,
Hmm.
yeah, we want to see Him, we have to live up. I used to have happiness before with so many things, but right now it's like nothing of that things matter.
Hmm. Hmm. This is wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Would anyone else like to add anything? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. 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 I really love the point about like the 30,000 days and like the importance of like time, you know. For me, I never really recognized the importance of time until I had my son, and then I realized like how precious time is and how much I don't have any time at all for anything. And so now it's like I don't have any time to waste. And so it's like exactly living that kind of way where it's like, okay, I only have a set amount of days. So like how am I going to live my life? Like, and like you're saying, like the 2 steps, you know, if one step is going to just, I'm going to end up dying if I like focus so much on this step, why not focus on the other step that's going to carry me forward? Yeah. And we can carry ourselves forward by, recognizing like that I don't have to, I don't have to do anything crazy for God. You know, if I'm not in the mindset or in the place where I can do something like crazy for the Lord, I don't have to, you know, it's where we are. Krishna, he just wants us to start. He wants us to meet him somewhere, wherever we are. And he's happy with that. Because it's like, it makes me think of like us being children and having like a father who's a millionaire, you know. He's our whole life we've been taken care of. We haven't had to worry about where we live. He's given us cars, he's given us education, everything. Like everything's been taken care of. But when we turn our head and we try to live a life like, my dad doesn't exist, then it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Like your dad has given you everything and you want to try to like forget about him. You want to like neglect your relationship with him. So, and for the father, it's like you can even spend his own money and buy him like a birthday card or something like that. It doesn't matter. It's like you're spending your dad's own money to give him a birthday card for himself. He's like giving a gift for himself, but he appreciates that. And so the Lord is the same. It's like anything that we can offer to him, he's the source. He's the origin of everything. So like what can we give him that he doesn't already have? Except love. He wants that. The only thing that we can give him is that love. And any kind of offering that we have, we can offer it with love. So food, we just give that, God, I know you gave this, you made the vegetables that we made, you helped me buy these pots, you helped me live in this house that like I can cook this food. So I just want to, offer this back to you just to show you that I'm grateful and I appreciate you being in my life. So whatever little thing that we can, it has such a profound and deep impact. And like gradually, like Gerardo was saying, like gradually over time, we'll look back and we'll be so, we'll be really happy and feel really fulfilled that like I really spent my time like really nicely, like really wisely. And I can see like every step of the way, God was really there with me, like every single step. And just because I was trying, not that I was doing anything perfect, but just by trying. Any last comments? Or anything else anyone wants to add? No? Okay. Well, thank you all very much for your kind attention. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. Jai Prabhupada.
The following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, 1st Canto, 4th Chapter, texts number 26 through 31, given by His Divine Grace, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami, recorded on April 4th, 1979, in Dallas, Texas.
Mind was not satisfied. Although he engaged himself, being dissatisfied at heart, at once began to reflect, because he knew the essence of religion, and he said within himself, purport, the sage began to search out the cause of not being satisfied at heart. Perfection is never attained until one is satisfied at heart. This satisfaction of heart has to be searched out beyond matter. Texts 28 and 29. I have under strict disciplinary vows unpretentiously worshipped the Vedas, the spiritual master, and the altar of sacrifice. I have also abided by the rulings and have shown the import of disciplic succession through the explanation of the Mahabharata, by which even women, Shudras, and others, friends of the twice-born, can see the path of religion. Purport. No one can understand the import of the Vedas without having undergone a strict disciplinary vow and disciplic succession. The Vedas, spiritual masters, and sacrificial fire must be worshipped by the desiring candidate. All these intricacies of Vedic knowledge are systematically presented in Mahabharata for the understanding of the woman class, the laborer class, and the unqualified members of the Brahmin, Kshatriya, or Vaishya families. In this age, the Mahabharata is more essential than the original Vedas. Text 30. I am feeling incomplete, though I myself am fully equipped with everything required by the Vedas. Purport. Undoubtedly, Srila Vyasadeva was complete in all the details of Vedic achievements. Purification of the living beings submerged in matter is made possible by the prescribed activities in the Vedas, but the ultimate achievement is different. Unless it is attained, the living being, even though fully equipped, cannot be situated in the transcendentally normal stage. Srila Vyasadeva appeared to have lost the clue and therefore felt dissatisfaction. This may be because I did not specifically point out the devotional service of the Lord, which is dear both to perfect beings and to the infallible Lord. Purport. The dissatisfaction which was being felt by Srila Vyasadeva is expressed herein in his own words. This was felt for the normal condition of the living being is in the devotional service of the Lord. Unless one is fixed in the normal condition of service, neither the Lord nor the living being can become fully satisfied. This defect was felt by him when Narad Muni, his spiritual master, reached him. It is described as follows. So, Om Abhyana Timarandasa Jananjana Salakaya Chaksulu Militam Jaina Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Here we find the great sage, Srila Vyasadeva, the incarnation of Godhead, caught in a predicament in that he has compiled all of the Vedic literatures which give the guidelines for how human society can run on very nicely, but still finding himself dissatisfied. In text 26, we find that although Srila Vyasadeva was working for the total welfare of all the people, his mind was still not satisfied. This reminds one of the fact that there are so many welfare societies established all over the world which are doing good for the people in general. There are hospitals which have been opened, There are public schools which are opened. There are homes for the poor and for the aged. There are welfare, social welfare activities, adult educational activities, child help, child care institutions. So many different arrangements are being made for the improvement of the human lot. And still we find people are dissatisfied. It is the same case here as Srila Vyasadeva. He has made all kinds of arrangements, but somehow or other we find that his mind was not satisfied. It is mentioned here that his heart and mind were not easy. And it is not possible, therefore, that he could actually feel happy. This is because unless one's mind and one's heart are fully satisfied, there is no question of happiness. Therefore, yoga teaches us to control the mind. The mind is more difficult to control than the raging wind. Arjuna expresses his difficulty to Krishna in this regard in the Bhagavad Gita. And Krishna therefore recommends to him the process of bhakti yoga. Srila Vyasadeva was very experienced, as he gives his qualifications in the next verse, that he had undergone all of the strict disciplinary vows, he had worshipped the Vedas, the spiritual master, and the altar of sacrifice, and he had abided by all of the rulings, and had shown the import of the cyclic succession, and he had given a full explanation of everything in the Mahabharata. So he was highly qualified personality. Still, he was not satisfied. So, this indicates, therefore, that no matter how perfect one may situate himself in this material world, it is not a perfect or satisfying position. Every one of us has our own experience of this fact, in that no matter in what situation we have tried to place ourselves, we still feel that there is something more to attain. Even for the liberated persons, those who are Brahman realized, they still also feel some further hankering. They're not fully satisfied. So, a person who's intelligent tries to search out the source of his dissatisfaction. Just as Srila Vyasadeva is here, sitting down and meditating, why am I not feeling satisfied? And being the incarnation of the Lord, he's most intelligent, and therefore, very quickly, he comes to the correct conclusion that he has not specifically pointed out the devotional service of the Lord, which is very dear both to the perfect beings as well as to the infallible Lord. Devotional service is the natural condition of the living entity. All other conditions are, to one extent or another, artificial and temporary. A condition in which we maintain ourselves simply by the gross material body, or a situation which we arrive at on the mental platform, is ultimately not satisfying to the heart. The whole world is busy in these two ways, trying to situate themselves on the gross physical platform and on the subtle mental platform. The desire for profit, adoration, and fame is nothing else than the comfort of the gross and subtle body. But no matter how successful one may be at arranging for his gross comfort or his subtle satisfaction, ultimately he finds himself disturbed. Because by nature, we are of a different we are in a different natural position. the body and the mind are external to the soul. The body is not who I am. The mind is not who I am. And therefore only tending to or make arrangements for the body and the mind does not ultimately prove satisfying for the soul. Devotional service, however, aims at the satisfaction of the soul. Therefore, Vyasadeva could feel himself dissatisfied, because in the Vedic literatures there are incredibly detailed prescriptions given for the satisfaction of the body and the satisfaction of the mind. But there are only certain sections of the Vedas which actually deal with the eternal position of the soul. So Vyasadeva began to reflect in this way about the glories of Krishna. The body finds its satisfaction in relating with other bodies, as does the mind, as does the intelligence and the ego. But the difficulty is that this body and mind is so temporary that every time we find some satisfaction for them, the body and the mind change. Just like a man finds happiness in sex life. A man finds satisfaction in sex life. But he doesn't find satisfaction in the fact that after having sex life, he makes the woman pregnant. And then he has to work hard like an ass simply to maintain that 10 or 15 minutes of pleasure. He has to suffer, or he has to pay tremendously for that short amount of sensual pleasure. And a woman also has to undergo so much difficulty. 9 months of bearing the baby in the womb for 10 or 15 minutes of pleasure. This gives you a little idea of the price one has to pay for pleasure within this material world. Therefore, no one is actually happy, because the price is very dear for temporary material happiness. And most people have no idea of the standard of happiness. Therefore, because they're engaged in abominable activities, they're creating hellish conditions for themselves, both in this life and in the next life to come, and for many future lives. The pleasure one derives, for example, simply from eating meat is hardly worth it, because for every animal that you eat or involve in killing, you have to be killed in your next life. Just imagine, therefore, someone who opens a slaughterhouse in which millions of animals are being slaughtered. He's preparing for himself hellish births and death for millions of lives. But people are ignorant of this. But ignorance is no excuse. Because it is not by chance that you have become ignorant. It is by voluntary misuse of independence that we have chosen to give up the association of Krishna. We present people the opportunity. The great saintly persons like Srila Vyasadeva and their authorized representatives, since time immemorial, as long as the living entity has fallen within this world, there have been great personalities like Srila Vyasadeva to offer the fallen conditioned souls a chance to recover their original stature. But people are unwilling. Just like we offer them a chance to take our books, and people refuse. And even after taking, sometimes they don't read. So, the difficulty is that people are in an ignorant condition, and they do not understand who they are. They do not understand their true identity as the pure spirit soul, the part and parcel of God. Therefore, persons like Vyasadeva work so energetically to deliver this information to people. It is incredible to see how, even after many years in the Krishna consciousness movement, despite having received this knowledge, it is very difficult for people to make advancement. It is as if they don't care about their own advancement. Just like the process for evolving the consciousness towards becoming a pure devotee is to constantly engage in hearing and chanting. But despite knowing this simple point, people repeatedly fall asleep in the middle of a Srimad Bhagavatam class. Actually, it is amazing. Because they're disobeying the orders of the spiritual master, they're hurting themselves, and they're making themselves ineffectual for spreading Krishna consciousness. But still, they'll go on sleeping in the Srimad Bhagavatam class. For 4 years, for 5 years, they'll do it repeatedly throughout their lifetime. This means they are not stationed they're not situated on the spiritual platform. They're on the gross or subtle platform of material life. Spiritual platform means to be completely enlivened. Enlivened for hearing and chanting. One who's spiritually advanced, his activity is always glorifying the Lord. Such an example we had as Srila Prabhupada. 24 hours a day practically was engaged in hearing and chanting the glories of the Lord. This is the process which will be recommended in the forthcoming verses by the spiritual master of Vyasadeva, Sri Narad Muni. As he mentions here, devotional service to the Lord is both dear to the perfect beings as well as to the infallible Lord. Such liberated souls, for example, as Srila Sukadeva Goswami, who were already completely in a liberated condition. They were pure. They had no material tinge. Still, they became very much attracted when they heard the glories of Krishna. The 4 Kumaras is another example of liberated persons who, when they were able to see the lotus feet of the Lord and smell the tulsi and the sandalwood smeared on the lotus feet of the Lord, became attracted to pure devotional service. The pure devotional service is all attractive. It attracts everyone. Those who are looking for material happiness will find complete satisfaction within the Krishna consciousness movement. There's no better, even materially happy condition. Because for one who's Krishna conscious, the miseries of life become practically nil. He learns to live his life according to Krishna's rules and regulations, and he avoids so many problems. Just like anyone can see here, that gradually all of the discomforts and the sufferings of the body and the mind are leaving. Now, if they're not leaving, it's because you have not taken up the practice properly. That is the only reason. Otherwise, we should find that even materially speaking, my condition is greatly improved. Less disease, for example. Less mental anxiety. So many different material ways. No anxiety for the clothes I'm wearing or where I'm going to sleep. Krishna can provide for all of these things for his devotee very nicely. So even if one is materially anxious, he can find satisfaction within Krishna consciousness. And as I explained, if someone is looking for liberation, here is the really liberated condition. If one is looking to do welfare work, where could be a greater welfare work than to help someone overcome the cycle of repeated birth and death? Practically, you can approach anyone with complete assurance, with complete surety, and know that this Krishna consciousness movement is good for all classes of men. Because it satisfies one on the most central platform, this pure spirit soul. It is the eternal activity of the pure spirit soul. So within Krishna consciousness, we have to be very sure that our activities are always on the spiritual platform. We have to be very careful to avoid activities which slip down onto the mental or gross physical platform. One should be very careful to understand the motives and the desires which make one to speak or to act or to even think in ways which are materially motivated. So many times we'll find that weeds spring up within the devotional path and make it very difficult for one to advance properly. The mind is always there, hankering, and the body is always there, hankering. But the soul has to dominate and control the desires of the body and the mind so that they become purified. Dovetailing sense gratification in Krishna consciousness. Because Krishna fulfills all desires of a devotee, sometimes devotees put forward to Krishna some material desire. But actually, we should never burden Krishna like this. The servant's attitude is not to demand, but to offer himself in whatever way the Lord will have him work. Naturally, Krishna is very kind. He will fulfill the desires of a devotee, unless those desires stand in the way of his advancement. Because Krishna does not want to see someone linger on within this material world. Therefore, why bother wasting time with material desire? The simple process is to go before the spiritual master and to humbly, submissively inquire how he may best serve Krishna. Then Krishna will automatically give direction through the spiritual master how to be satisfied in one's Krishna conscious service. So devotional service, therefore, depends upon one's taking direction from the bona fide authorities. Unless one takes help from the bona fide authority, how will he give up affection to this material world? Now, despite our having been punished in this material prison house for so many births, still we're attached. We've been living within this prison house for so long that we're accustomed to living here now. It is very hard for us to give up living here within this material world. It is hard to develop a taste for transcendental life. But actually it is possible. One has to control his senses and mind by entire intelligence. One has to understand the source of his suffering. Just like Srila Vyasadeva is very intelligent. He began to question, why am I not happy? Why am I dissatisfied? So you have to question, why am I suffering? You're suffering because you are not this body, but you are still not acting on the platform of not being this body. You're suffering because you're not this mind, but you're still acting on the platform of being this mind. Because of some little titillating pleasures which you've received on the gross or subtle platform, you're attracted by these tiny little shimmering bits of glass. But you don't realize the great happiness which is there in spiritual life. You think that something within this material world is maintaining you, but you don't realize that it is only Krishna that is actually maintaining everyone. A woman feels sure that it's her husband that's maintaining. A husband feels sure that it's his wife who's maintaining. The child feels sure that its mother or father is maintaining. The citizens feel sure it's the government that's maintaining. A worker feels sure that it's the boss that's maintaining him. And everyone is dependent in this way on different other sources, thinking that they are maintaining him. But actually, this is all a mistake. Stand up. Don't sleep. Stand up, brother. Stand up. This is all a great mistake. It is Krishna who has supplied us these bodies. It is Krishna who supplies the rain, who supplies the sunshine, who supplies the moonshine, that makes the vegetables nourished, that makes the grains nourished which we eat. It is Krishna who we are the part and parcel of. Everything is an energy of Krishna. Therefore, it is Krishna who is maintaining us. And it is only Krishna to whom we owe our any obligation whatsoever. The very source of your suffering, and you think that you're obligated. This is your ignorance. This is your complete, foolish ignorance. We should understand actually who we are obligated to. We should actually understand who we are connected to. You are not even connected to this body. At night, are you in your body? No, you go out of your body. You fly all over the place. Where's the connection? That which is so close, even that you're not connected to. What to speak of two other lumps of flesh and bones and blood who you call your father and mother, and you think you're so connected. What is the connection? How do you feel connected to a bag full of blood, pus, mucus, stool, and bones? What is the connection? No, the connection is not like that. The connection is not with the body. The connection is with the soul. And the only reason that we're connected with other souls is because of our connection, every one of us, with the Supreme Soul, Krishna. This spiritual connection is really the true platform of relating with others. And it takes two to tango. It takes two to connect. There's no use trying to establish some relationship with someone if they insist on it being on a bodily platform. Why waste your time? Because you're not more connected to one living entity to another. So one has to give up this foolish sentimentality. You have one duty only, and that is to become fully Krishna conscious, fully God conscious. You feel obligated because someone has done something for you for one day, 1 year, or one lifetime. But what about your obligation to God, who has maintained you eternally? There's a tremendous obligation. There's no way that you can ever pay back such an obligation, except by being His servant eternally, which is your real position. The spiritual master is meant to remind you of this fact, not to help you to establish other material relationships within our Krishna consciousness movement. That is another nonsense that is going on. That I leave my material connections and come within this movement, and again I take up more material arrangements and more material relationships. And I beg Krishna and the Guru, please help me for material arrangements. The only thing I should beg my spiritual master and Krishna for, please keep me attached and desire only your devotional service. Our business is not to do business on the material platform. Our business is not to relate with others on the material platform. If you cannot relate with someone spiritually, then don't bother. Because it's keeping you fixed here in this material world. It's prolonging your suffering and their suffering. A pure devotee of the Lord has never deviated from talking about Krishna. He's never deviated from serving Krishna. And that's what Narada Muni will recommend to Srila Vyasadeva. Why have you deviated, everyone? Why have you promoted so many different types of material relationships and material arrangements? You're unhappy. They're unhappy. Why don't you teach them how to be really happy? Teach them who they are. Teach them how to glorify God. This is the real duty of the soul. We give this example a million times. Try to understand. A fish cannot be happy out of the water. He can only be happy within water because that is his natural place. You can only be happy in spiritual life. You cannot be happy in material life. You have no such experience of being happy in material life. It was full of unhappiness. Stop trying to cheat yourself. Stop trying to kid yourself into thinking that there's some happiness in this material world. It's a place of suffering. Go out there and see the blades of grass as they're fighting and waging a big war with each other, trying to get a little bit of drop of water from the ground or some sunshine from the sky. Choking because there's not enough sunshine. Their palates are so dry because there's drought. Stop making believe that the world is beautiful. It's a big war going on. It's a big struggle for existence. Like a fish trying to breathe out of the water. It's not possible to become happy in this material world. Stop trying to fool yourself into believing in such an illusion. And don't bring the material world into the Krishna consciousness movement. Don't mix material pleasure with spiritual life. Don't situate yourself in a spiritual position and then bring in material pleasures. Therefore, you must be austere. You must get up early. You must chant Hare Krishna. You must take bath early in the morning. You must regulate yourself. Otherwise, the natural tendency, once you're covered with this body, is to accumulate material pleasures. That is the natural position of having a body. As soon as you get a material body, it looks for satisfaction. Serve me, serve me. The senses are looking everywhere. Where can I get happiness? Where can I get satisfaction? So we still have bodies. That looking of the senses is still there. Control them, therefore, by giving them Krishna. All right, I'll give you something to look at. Look at Radha Kalachandji. All right, I'll give you something nice to taste. Eat prasadam. I'll give you something to do, my dear buddy. Go out and preach. Don't allow yourself to be caught within this material world. And don't allow others. The world is suffering now. People are very much suffering. There is practically no God consciousness left in the world. There's a tremendous need now. The world is heading towards a nuclear holocaust. Except for this Krishna consciousness movement, there is no possibility that we'll be able to save the world from nuclear disaster. The only hope is this Krishna consciousness movement. The only hope for the people left on this planet. The only place left where there is some sanity is within this movement. Therefore, we have to spread this movement. If you don't like this material world, then do something about it. If you wish that someone was Krishna conscious, then make them Krishna conscious. If you wish that more people were less demoniac, then teach them how to not be demoniac. Work hard, and that will please you. Just as Vyasadeva, as soon as he began to write Srimad Bhagavatam, immediately satisfied. As soon as we begin to preach Krishna consciousness, we immediately become satisfied. So, everyone here should utilize their time 24 hours if possible, or at least as much as your waking time as you can give. You should fully utilize your time for being Krishna conscious. Don't spoil this human life. And teach others how also to help themselves. Are there any questions?
When you hear the spiritual master speak,
by hearing and chanting. As soon as you lose that train of devotional thought, pick up a book and begin reading. Pick up your beads and begin to chant. Start hearing again. It means you're not hearing properly. It means you've heard, but you're forgetting. So how do you revive your proper consciousness? By hearing again. At any moment you can connect with the spiritual master and Krishna by chanting on your beads, chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. At any moment you can connect with all of the combined intelligence of the previous acharyas by picking up any one of Srila Prabhupada's books and reading. And then within a short time you'll again feel enthusiastic. Then you go forward again. Therefore we should, because we are very weak, and because there's such a tendency to forget, having been covered so deeply by the modes, we should engage in activities of hearing and chanting. Therefore, everyone in this movement should take up direct preaching activities so that they don't forget. If you begin to preach more about Krishna, then you'll hear yourself preaching and you'll continuously revive yourself. It's like when you see a fountain. The way these fountains work, they shoot water up and then the water recycles and goes up again. So you're hearing about Krishna, then speak about Krishna, then you hear yourself speaking, then you speak more. In this way you give yourself the push. You have a perfect machine at your disposal. The tongue, the ears, they can give you great enlightenment. So use your machine very nicely. Force your tongue to constantly vibrate Krishna Katha, Krishna consciousness talk. Force your ears constantly hear. Then your consciousness will be very much enlivened more and more. This is yoga, to learn to control the use of your tongue and your ears to promote or propel yourself towards Krishna. You have a very good machine. Keep it in good order. Keep it healthy. Sleep enough, eat sufficiently, prashanam, and then use that machine for your self-awareness. By submissively accepting the guidance of your authorities. They can recognize, even if you cannot. When one becomes perfectly self-realized, as Srila Vyasadeva, then he begins to see the weeds himself. But in the beginning stage, it requires the help of the spiritual master and his representatives to point out to you what the weeds are. And not only point them out, but how to pull them out. So you have to be willing to do that. You have to be willing to accept good instruction. First of all, find out a bona fide spiritual master. Secondly, surrender unto him and take initiation from him. Thirdly, inquire from him and be ready to carry out his instructions. So that inquiry means, when you inquire, simply by your inquiry, the spiritual master understands what is the weeds. And then he engages you accordingly to make those weeds come out. That is the process of devotional service. Without the help of the Guru, is there no possibility. Because we're all coming as big weed patches. So we require the help of the spiritual master to pull out the weeds. We're all blind, therefore we pray Om Jnana Timirandhas Jananjana Salakaya Chaksulamilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. I offer my obeisance to my spiritual master, who has opened my eyes, which were darkened by the ignorance, by illuminating with the torchlight of knowledge. You have to analyze. If you read the books, you'll see the weeds are mentioned, what the weeds are. Everything is given in these books. What are the weeds? How to detect if the weeds are growing? What are the symptoms? In other words, what are the various symptoms of material attachment? And accordingly, what should one do to counteract them? All of this is being given. Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Nectar, Devotion, all of these subjects are very detailed descriptions are given. This is a science, is an educational process. Just like in school, there is regular educational courses to bring one to the point of knowledge. It is the same here. That's why I repeatedly stressed you to come on time to these classes, come on time to the programs. This is part of the educational process. Another question? Her business is to keep the prison house going. It is Krishna who tests. When one comes to Krishna consciousness, he comes under the direct control and protection of Krishna, not Maya. So a devotee is not being tested by Maya, he's being tested by Krishna. And Maya gives the test. Just like when you go to school, you get tested, someone administers the test. So Maya is administering the test on behalf of Krishna, but it is actually Krishna who is testing. We're not, when we come to the point of accepting the spiritual master, it means now Krishna takes charge. So Maya begins to act on Krishna's behalf for the devotee. You can say something about this if you like. You can say something also. Another question?
So what's the proper attitude of the household of Krishna consciousness?
In the spiritual world, there are husbands and wives. They used to discuss Krishna together. It's described in the Vaikuntha planets. The women are most beautiful women in existence. And the men are the most beautiful also. But still the attraction is more strong for Lord Narayan than for each other. Similarly in Vrindavan, the cowherd men and women, they used to talk about Krishna. So husband and wife should work together to glorify Krishna in their household or life. They should make their household in such a way that Krishna is at the center. There should be a small altar so that anything which is prepared or cooked is offered to Krishna. In the mornings and evenings there should be kirtans and discussion about Krishna. They should have children with the aim of bringing forth great devotees of the Lord into this world. and they should raise those children, teaching them how to be good devotees. In that way, they'll become very endeared to each other. Anyone that helps me to become Krishna conscious is very dear. So, this is real natural affection for one soul to another, not simply on the gross bodily platform. Thank you for pleasing my body, now I'll please yours. Husband and wife should relate on the platform that all living entities should relate, helping each other to be Krishna.
Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. What's the fast beat? What's the fast beat?
Krishna Krishna.
Can you start it off? After one. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Can you start it? You start it.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,